Hello, hi, I'm alive. That took way longer than it should have. But I started feeling really tired after I ate. That's fine, I have bubble tea. This was actually not the one I was gonna drink. But I think I was voluntold to drink it because apparently one of them leaked in the bag. I'm not sure how or why. I think there's a gap on the plastic top somewhere. I don't know. Either way, I'm drinking it. Hi. So realistically, I probably shouldn't be playing this right now, given the fact that I'm still on and off with my health, and also just kind of limited to maybe 1 or 2 times a week, if any. But I think it's fine. Also, I really want to play this game again. I am gonna kill me, honestly. So yeah, I'm playing Great Ace Attorney. I have videos of me doing it as a Let's Play before, but I had to stop doing that, mostly because of time. But also because I just did not enjoy editing them. Ooh, sorry, I'm trying to move this in a way so I don't accidentally hit the microphone when I try to drink it. But I also need, well, I mean, I don't need access to my mouse. And I thought at this point, like, you know what? It's probably gonna be 100 times better if I just stream it. The problem is, I have performance anxiety. I cannot do, like, anything performance-wise in front of other people. Which is why I'm more comfortable doing it in Let's Plays, because I'm in my room all alone recording. But unfortunately, that turns into like 2 to 4 hours of recording splits that I have to go through, and even if I do minimal editing, it still takes a really long time, and then I hate myself. So we're dealing with it. I don't fucking care anymore. I'll just have to get used to it. I just really want to play this game, and I think, I know a bunch of my friends wanted to watch me play this game, so yeah, whatever the heck. I don't know if you can hear my heater in the background whenever I talk. I know that was a big pain point for my recording. But hopefully it won't be too distracting. Imagey. Eh. Oh, just as a heads up, I did slightly change my model, like position and stuff. I don't know if that's gonna screw up what I already have on the screen. Which it's not gonna show up anything unless anyone's in chat. But it's fine. Did I just swallow an ice cube? Yeah, so, don't mind the fact that we're in a jail cell. The one thing that I remember from Great Ace Attorney is wherever you saved last, in the part of the story, it shows you that background image of where it is. So eventually we're gonna see this jail cell. It's a bit of a spoiler. Not really a spoiler, because it's just a background. Hopefully the microphone will not pick up the back of my audio. Hang on, I might need a tweak. We're gonna slightly tweak the Elgato volume. If anyone comes in and says it's too loud, let me know, because I really should check this beforehand. And hopefully you guys won't hear the game sound from my monitor, which is actually surprisingly low. Which is weird, because my old monitors I had to set to 40, but this one's set to 75, and I still think it's too low. We're about to find out! So I do have a save file on here, which I'm gonna go ahead and erase. Hopefully it doesn't have any mouse spoilers. I probably should have loaded it up on the new profile or something. But Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is comprised of 2 games. 2 games of the Great Ace Attorney series. We got the first game, Adventures, and we got the second game, Resolve. I have never played Resolve, and I really want to play it. So for me to play that, I need to play through Adventures. I remember a little bit about Adventures. I don't remember all of it. I did play this through a fan translation, and I prefer the fan's translation over this, but that's part of his nostalgia, but also I just genuinely like how they made some of their names. So if you hear gripes about that, don't mind me. I think the whole setting takes place in, like, would I call it the 19th century? I don't remember. I never remember this. But, like, back in the old days of England and Japan, I think. I honestly don't know. So there will be some things that are absolutely a no-go nowadays. But keep in mind, they're playing it through the time period. So yeah, we'll go ahead and start a new game. And hopefully I don't have to do anything else.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation.
Yeah, I am gonna have to
brought great waves
increase
of
the volume on my end.
influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh, God damn it!
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Okay, a few things. 3 different things just went through my brain that one moment. 1, hi Shibu, thank you for the rats. Okay, I'm not blocking chat. 2, I distinctly remembered as soon as I saw like Ace Attorney style, I'm like, wait a minute, god damn it, I wanted to do a stream of Professor Layton because the first 3 Professor Laytons are on the fucking phone. I just wanted to figure out how to do it on the phone. I completely forgot about that. Holy mackerel. I only remembered it because I was staring at Ace Attorney and I saw Shibu. And then they clicked into Layton. But that's beside the point. The third one is my battery. My battery. What do you mean you're low on battery? I charged you. I promise I charged it last time I played this on stream. I charged it when we played Xenoblade last week. I promise. Shit. I don't have a USB-C to USB-A here. It is somewhere elsewhere. So it's connected to the computer, which is the cable's really sturdy and it's really awkward to move around. So I'm not okay. It has only been 5 minutes and I'm about to crash out. Man, I'm not having a good time. I'm also delaying me trying this week because, again, I have a performance anxiety. I have stage fright. This is not going to be a good time. Hey, Shibu, can you just hide in the corner where I can't see you? Oh, just as a heads up for anyone watching, I have played the first game. I remember a little bit about the first few cases and everything else is a blurred memory. But I do know a bunch of people who are watching, either lurkers, viewers, and the like. They've never played this game before. So I basically gave Azzy the gun and actually, hey Shibu, do you want the gun too? I basically gave her full permissions at her leisure to time out and ban people, if whether or not there is a spoiler or not. So just as a heads up, as soon as we get to resolve though, y'all are dead. Because I've never played it. I have only been spoiled by one thing, and I would like to keep it that way, please. I can go eat food that good enough. No, come back. Do you want the gun? I can give you the gun. I can give you the spray bottle, the hammer, whatever you want to fucking call it. Oh, Christ. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna stop delaying. I still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? I don't remember what voices I gave these motherfuckers. What? Oh, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! I forgot. Why? Why? Sorry. This is the first time I'm playing it on the Switch too, but it's also the first time I'm playing this game in a while on what do you call this? 1440p? Is that 2K? I don't fucking know. This is not my first Ace Attorney game. I've played through the Ace Attorney games. The only one I haven't played is Resolve. But I haven't played this in a really long time, so technically it's the first Ace Attorney game on the channel. Perhaps that's a backup until Azzy gets here. Until then, I go eat food anyways. I theoretically should give all my friends the hammer. I haven't been doing it. I'll give it to you later. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities! Look at you! You haven't even graduated yet! And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. So that's another thing that's gonna screw me up, with my stage fright and anxiety. Is that, at least with the recording, I'm less likely to flub up. And if I do flub up, I can just scrap the recording. I can't do that on the live stream. Y'all get to see a lot of the stuff about to happen. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. I need you fuckers to talk. I can't figure out a good voice for y'all unless you start talking. Whatever. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. I forgot, it just automatically speeds up. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been dreaming. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble. Whew! I'm really happy for you. And proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me! We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only we were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy the place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. I don't know why I keep on smiling when I see Kazuma. I think it's because like it's a while. It's been a while since I played this game, but also like I can see him in like more clear. Well, as clear as I can see without my glasses. But that's beside the point. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asuki, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asuki, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. She's so pretty. I forget how pretty she is. Eh. Ugh. This is awkward. If I may... Yes! Sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes! Yes, that's right! My name is Eugen Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensics medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recalled, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma's studying abroad. Asuki has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asuki has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asuki may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade him to grant permission, even in the most favorable circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trials. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious, there are gonna be so many words that I don't know how to say because I've never heard them before. I hate it here. It looks like our discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Azuki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway! This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dream of studying abroad are over. And what's more, he'll be found guilty. Murder. So, with absolutely no idea what's lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Decided with bubble tea. Hindsight's terrible, by the way. I probably should have just played the first Ace Attorney game, because I don't remember what new mechanics they would have introduced. We'll find out. We'll see if my memory will fail me. Also, can we talk about how Kazuma's hairband just kind of blows into the wind? This is now how hairbands work. I want you to be aware. I am eating boba. You're gonna have to give me a second. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. I know how that word's supposed to be pronounced, and I'm not pronouncing it correctly. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms are in there. The powers that have to be the powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate. Concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made a request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I don't remember if I could fail this. Let's see what happens. Kazuma's the lawyer here. I can't defend myself. I'm sorry! For some reason his face, when he does this animation, cracks me up. If I say I do, it would be tantamount to lying. I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. This is no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Just raises. Oh, does he have a ring on his finger? I never knew that. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No! It's not that, really! It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh! Yes! Exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking! I'm not confident at all! In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I am going to scream. Accordingly, the very high standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency! It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am! So, let's get started with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more than enough times. More times than I can remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. You say this like he has the ability to hit R. I have the ability to hit R. It's the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Okay, so keep in mind, I believe the very first Ace Attorney game was on the DS, which means we had 2 screens to work with. And I think, I want to say that might have been one of the reasons why we never got an Ace Attorney game for the longest of times after 3DS. But don't quote me on that. It's also, the main, a few games of the Ace Attorney series is available on phone, but I think this was, did we have the HD version of the trilogy on here before Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? I don't remember. But yeah, you can bring up the court record, it has your evidence, and it has your, key parties involved. So, this is our lovely little victim, John H. Wilson, 47. The victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yuma University from the British Empire. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Oh, wait, there's autoplay. Holy shit, there's autoplay. I could try to keep up with the pacing on this. I just have to remember to turn it off when I can't. But yeah, at any point you can bring up the court record and just look at the stuff that you have at hand. I promise you this is going to suck terribly. Also, I don't know how long each of these streams are gonna be because I have to flip through so many different voices as well as just talking in general. I think, if I remembered, I get completely wiped out in like 2 hours. I don't know. I'll have to see. I'm eating my boba. So this is the legal advice stream. This is a joke for legal reasons. Alright, autoplay. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. And press X to present. Try it now. Oh wait, maybe I should use, maybe I shouldn't use auto, now I think about it, because the pacing's so slow. Never mind, we're not using auto. Present is X. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides you education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Wait, can we still do this? Can we still do this?
Yes!
The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this! Ah, damn it. It's not! No, there are some things you can present for a little funny, even though you'll still get it wrong, and I was kind of hoping this is one of them, man. Well, because it was in the court record, of course! Pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death! Kazuma's gonna fucking kill me. Kazuma's gonna kill me! He sounds and looks deadly serious. Oh my god, I hate this game so much, yo. Christ. Okay. Post-mortem record. Give you here. Johnny Wilson, male British, time of death, 19, blah blah blah. Single bolt fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage. Oh, right, because, everything's kind of set in English time. English sayings. So, all of the wording and whatnot is translated in the English format. So, it should be fine, because I recognize most of these. But yeah, if I stutter a lot, don't mind me. I did not mean to hit that button. How do I present? Present!
Yes!
Thank you! Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic... Wait, how is he trying to say that? Hemorrhagic? Is that what he's trying to say? Death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is the so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. We got new evidence. So that's a photographic print. Oh, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. Detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Yuri has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe. But any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Hi, Sin. How you doing? Got boba. Oh, this was a bad time to drink that boba. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Oh, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It has become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. And, Occidental Eatery? I'm gonna fucking scream. I'm doing okay. How is you? I'm about to crash out from all these words. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried over to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes! Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him! Objection! Get your fucking voice, yo! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and a university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting on the opposite side of him at this table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. Been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I've never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Yes! Just a moment, please! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Otsunaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it were that day. Please, have a look if you'd like. Let me see. Ah, sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you go. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Yeah, calm and collected, you say. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. So while he's dying, I'm gonna take a look at this card. Shut your face. Shut your face! I will get with you in just a moment. Give me this. Yoink. So what we can do... Oh, I can't flip it over. This is what's annoying about Ace Attorney games, is that sometimes you can interact with items, sometimes you can't. I think I'm actually tutorial locked right now. It's fine. It's fine. So, the court has now heard a recess of this case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the onset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. Yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Inosuke. Defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Algie, please continue with proceedings. Tch, well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Man, can you at least give me more time to drink my damn boba? You rat bastard. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premise in the 2nd District. Kyuryo Korakuta at your service. Japanese names are gonna be the death of me, I swear to God. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And, not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios of which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at the Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets the Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black uniform rogue, infantry man over there, who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, that cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor! Which, by the way, you really shouldn't do. You should not tamper with the crime scene if you can. However, if there is an enemy, or if you knew who shot the gun, you need to make sure that gun's away from them. I said hello to Dr. Wilson. I went back to my table and sat down, drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. Ow! He didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key of doing it is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Little wet noodle hands. Alright then. It's all or nothing. I just love his little, tiny little slap hands. let me take a break. Oh my god, there's so much text going on. Ugh. I just want to drink my boba in peace, please. I'm glad I can play this game again, though. I love Ace Attorney. I really hope we get a new game. But unfortunately, I don't know if that's gonna happen. That's what we hope for every year. No, I guess I could explain the cross-examination step. So, that testimony we heard, we can go through each of the dialogues separately with the D-pad. We can either present with R, and then we go into the court record to pick out an evidence to present, or we can press with L, and we basically try to get more information about that specific piece of dialogue. Again, I've played through this game. I can remember some of the earlier ones because I've had to repeat it a few times, but the more deeper in the game we get, the less I'm gonna remember. The little stars on the upper right is basically like, if we mess up, we lose that. And if all of them are gone, we lost the case. So, also, if you get to a point where you don't know what you're doing, if you get to the end of the testimony, you kind of have like a little bit of dialogue to talk with your assistant on. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know that there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while witness is giving testimony by pressing R. Go through each witness's statement and details about each piece of evidence, and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with X, and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's cases will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. I'm already feeling wiped out. Oh my god, it's barely been an hour. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. Alright, this is a new animation I've seen from Kazuma. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. So to help you out, you also have a log that you can go through to see what everyone said. And then you can save. That's not the save button, that's the home button. Records, save. Ignore these. We are erasing. Oh my god, I just realized how far down it is. Do you see the date on here? I have not played this game since 2022. Okay, I lied. 2023. I have not played this game in almost 3 years. We're saving over this. And then I need to delete all these later. There's also some other settings you can mess around with this. You can actually switch this off to Japanese instead for the text and stuff. Actually, wait, can we? Excuse me? I thought there was a language setting. What? You could also just completely skip the entire game if you just want the story. It's an option. Alright, but no. I want to finish my boba tea, so we're gonna take a break for a second. Woo! Oh my god, I feel so tired after an hour. Remember, I'm not used to talking so much in one sitting. Once I get used to this, it gets a little bit better during recordings when I did Let's Plays. But even then, I think my maximum might have been around 2 hours because my throat starts to hurt from switching back and forth on these voices. These are not the best way I can do these voices. And that's because, one, if I'm not careful, I will strain myself, like freaking with Algie, aka Mr. Pain. Because that's what he's supposed to be referencing of. But two, certain characters, I feel like he's due to certain energy, which I have to keep the pace with. And I'm not looking forward to the future chapters because of this. Ugh. I want my juice. Ah! Wait, someone just sent me an audio text. Hang on. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna mute you guys for a second. Don't do anything while I'm gone. sorry. One of my other friends is at a card show, and I'm like, hey, I need you to look out for some things for me. So I gave them a small budget. I literally glanced over to my Discord, and she sent me a full audio log, and like, whatever she's about to tell me is a bit too complicated to explain on her phone. So I had to listen to it, and I had to answer back to her. Eh. I'm tired. Okay, we're gonna unplug this because I think this is fully charged. Eh. Yeah, shiny cardboard. Let me see if I can crack my back. Eh. Oh my god. I really don't know if you guys can hear whenever I crack my back. I know some of them are like stupid loud. Especially the one that freaking pops in the pelvis. That one doesn't happen that often, but when it does, whoo, it takes me off guard. Ooh, okay. I just need to not talk for like 2 minutes. How the fuck do normal live streamers do this? I barely have enough energy to even give you guys half the time of day. I love you guys. I do not have the energy to give you the time of day sometimes. Ooh. Just give us a stretch redeem. No, because I feel like you're gonna pop that every single time, and the problem is if I stretch too much, like if I try to crack or stretch something too much, I might accidentally lock my body in a very uncomfortable position for like 10 minutes. Well, it depends. Okay, whatever. What was I doing again? Oh, right. I was sitting here. I was sitting here trying to figure out what to do here. Let's see. Oh wait, no, that's it. So he fired from the back, but we go into the court record. I believe, yep, the post-mortem has it. Loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Yes! What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Tossing this wad of papers in my mustache. I didn't mean to say mustache. I just want to be clear. I don't remember who the fuck said it. One of the boys said it, and that's just been living rent-free in my head. It's because of DBZ Abridged. Oh, it was fucking Leon. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense. There is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir! Yes! But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... As is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhaging from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. I forgot about the photograph. Whoops! Fortunately, there's 2 pieces of evidence we can do. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Rosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard from the firearm discharge, my eyes were...
Look at the little baby. Look at that smile. Look at his little smile.
Firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court has heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Yes! But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man? You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. A gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoi-era Koban! My prize coin! On each occasion when I visited that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Resute. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, he wasn't there no more. He simply vanished. Koban. Vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. It happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, do you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to the Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Algie? He's not a professor. If he's a professor, I'm gonna quit. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed that despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. And look at the baby. Hold on, I'm gonna look up something. Not from here. Let's not do from here. This one probably doesn't have any information because the set's not out. Why do I have to multitask while we're doing this? Yeah, I'm hoping I can play more of this. I hope I can play all of the Ace Attorney games realistically. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Tension! Your father is about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy!
Look at him and his little finger. Look at him. Look at the baby. Look at the baby.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, and all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies?
Yes.
Alright, fine. I guess you won't let me speak. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed. Of the table which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As you can plainly see, there is only one place set.
Certainly. Based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
That doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
I don't understand. What's going on here?
It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. The witness's testimony we have just heard leaves me no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Algae, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Okay, so what am I doing again? Let's see. It was almost the same thing. Pointed his gun at the foreman. Present. Let me double check. So the only way to get into the court record when you're doing a cross-examination is you have to hit the present button. Just be careful you're not accidentally hitting present and you're hitting exam. Hold on. I can't present people. Never mind. That's an issue.
Yes!
Let's just press these information. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection! As you have been at pains to point out time and again,
I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear.
and yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ugh. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of the time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eaten at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Had a clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing in the case. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Can I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yeah.
Yes! If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not that they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Report card, report card, report card, report card. We need right now is new clues, and I'm gonna look at this report card. Screw you, buddy. I can't view the report card. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurakuda-san. You're not gonna let me examine, are you? No? Okay. So, this is the pain point, I think specifically with this game, is that it does kind of babygate us in a sense with tutorials. If you've played a Ace Attorney game before, you already know a bunch of this information offhand. Or the game gave you access to it much earlier. This one does not. I'm really hoping I have a feeling it's going to ask me to press on every statement. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the picture in question. And yeah, use the right stick to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using left stick, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Yes, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Okay, so we have our report card. Little foldy. Let's open it up. Look at all this text that I can't read. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so, just before the incident. He'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Though it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. Until anesthetic effects have passed. I'm gonna fucking scream. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. So yeah, you couldn't have possibly eaten a steak. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Definitely.
Let's see. Did any of you guys specify the steak? Oh shit. I went too far. No, shut up. Shut up! We have even more to go on now. Still don't feel like the situation's very changed. The discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need. Oh, I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? Because we have just what we need. Also, I'm pressing B. It's not skipping the text. I did not see what you just said, sir. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? And that's because, like, all the other texts before, I've already seen it once in the playthrough. So the game lets me hit B to skip over it. The crucial point is, the victim has been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. The fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. That's right. Think about Dr. Wilson's circumstance at the time of the incident. It's that particular statement in a totally different light. Please keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. It should be the third statement. No, fourth statement. Dining. Could be this one, right?
Yes!
Yep. If the music stops when you do a when you're presenting evidence, that's usually a good indicator that you got it right. Well, I think, about what are you withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I have to be real careful not to mix up these two voices. Wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Furukuda-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Needle fingers. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before the time is completely irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard has been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly— Alright, you're not gonna let me finish the rest of the sentence. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What?
That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? It's not supposed to mean something to me.
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted?
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim has been forbidden from eating?
Just, what are you trying to say, Cadet? He has orders not to eat? So what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What?
No, that can't.
Kurakuda-san. What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
there's more?
You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone.
But that cannot be possibly the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense in a new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel?
Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Got it. So,
the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been
me. Okay, I know I'm gonna get penalized for this. I really want to pick it though.
Yes!
I think it may have been me. What?
Objection!
It's not enough that you took the man's life, but he took his meal as well. That's a bee sting on a crying face. Some people seem to think that they can do whatever they like.
And some people seem to think that they can say whatever they like. Ryunosuke.
Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't need it.
Next time you make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. And you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself.
This is not my friend. A best friend like this would not threaten me in cold blood like...
I mean, no, I can't say anything.
Alright, I get the message. Oh wait, holy shit, I'm not penalized. Fantastic.
Let me drink some water before I forget. Excuse me? Do I not have a bottle of water? Did I only bring my... I'll be right back, because apparently I never brought a bottle of water with me. No one do anything while I'm gone. remember correctly. I remember. Why did I fucking teleport? What the hell? I did pull out a water bottle. I did pull out a water bottle. I just left it in the kitchen. Ooh, and I'm about to spill it too. Ugh. Why does that consider it as losing tracking? Whew. Ah, I feel like I'm alive now. Whew, I am freaking winded. This is why I don't think I'd be a very good voice actor. I still like my dumb voices though. Y'all can eat it. Obviously, it could only have been someone who was, someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! So small, the baby's so small. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw that gentlewoman. That's what, they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurokuda-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue! Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Noodle. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, oh wait, hang on. If I can examine stuff. Can I examine this now? I can! Neat! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation District, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? No idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. I was trying to investigate this at the start. Is that the only piece of evidence I can investigate? Yeah, the pictures I can't flip over, sadly. Can I inspect that? I can inspect my pin! Ooh, a number. My personal student number is engraved in the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, unless I forget to write it down somewhere. But I forget not to forget. I love this. I love this. Look at it, it's so cool. It's a cool little dinky thing. That's classified! So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't... This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way that they're reacting to this, I said they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Algie has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Or we examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we miss. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing! What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency! No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Kazuma! What happens if I say this? I'm pretty sure he's not gonna say anything important.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san! Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity, as proven by this evidence. Yoink.
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure what we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the cards that's interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student's trying to say? Hasanaka-san sketched a plan. Look at Ryunosuke's face. Hasanaka-san sketched a plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? Surely. Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Ooh, I forgot how good this music is. Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Yep, and it's just doing the backflashes, which I'm not gonna voice because I also like my voice right now. Oh yeah, he was acting really sketchy when we submitted that as evidence. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there has been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point further for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. You've just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite of the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered in our soil. Name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect? Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical facilities research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? I meant that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false. Who the hell is honking up a storm out there? Do you have an objection, sir? Sorry, there was a really loud car honk outside. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Sizzy, you probably should get that looked at, sir. Court will be adjourned briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes! Your Excellency! I almost said Your Honor! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Ugh. I am suffering. Oh my god.
Should I end stream now? Or should I just take a break? I might just take a break. We'll take a break. We'll just chill for a bit. So at the end of, like... Well, the trials do give you, like, a few breaks. And it allows you to save, if you haven't already. So let me go a little bit further, so at least there's music and we can just chill. There might be, I think some of the trials might have multiple breaks, but I think this one might only have the one. Okay. Y'all get to listen to this music. Let's take like a 5-10 minute breather, and then we come back. Don't make me drink water before I leave, you fuckers! No, seriously, why does that count as losing tracking? I'm not even angling the water at my camera. Alright, I'll be right back. 5-10 minute break. They go. Where the hell's the right back screen? There it is. Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I accidentally made a mess, and I had to go clean it up. I need like maybe an additional minute or two to chill. Ah! I could probably... I'm thinking. I think for this chapter, this very first one, I can do an entire stream on it. I'm going to be dead afterwards. But I'm pretty sure I can complete the chapter. For everything else after, I probably need to break it up into at least 2 streams, maybe 3 in the later ones. Especially the ones past on, I'm trying to remember. Anything past chapter 3. I think chapter 3 might actually be a 3 stream. And we'll probably, it won't be every week, because I do want to make sure I just chill at some times, because again, this does take a lot of energy out of me. It was like this back when I played, did it for a Let's Play, and it's still the same thing now. But, we'll see. We'll see. I just know that I did this because we reached that sub goal, and I'm like, I'm gonna play it. I don't know if I'll have a new sub goal for other games. Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It is a journey. Someone remind me I need to set up Professor Layton stuff later. Some undetermined future. Okay. I think I'm good to go back to game. Hi. Hi. Okay, whatever. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. How superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat. Your eyes popped out, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it! It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again! Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of this gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Guessing because I was shut in the pantry? I had no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Hang on. Oh look, someone going. Sorry, I heard a sound. And I thought, okay, it's just probably stuff from outside. And then it kept on happening over and over and over. And I'm like, maybe it's not? Is there something going on outside? I have no idea what that sound is. It's gone now. I thought there was some dog. There was a dog having issues outside. Maybe. I don't know. Sound's gone. We're all right in this world. Ugh. Whew. Alright. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikatoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged this so that I wouldn't be able to act as the lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis in his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMaine, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before the old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you haven't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of the sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Extra large portion. Oh, speaking of portion, I should probably figure out what food. Eh. Court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Algie, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation's founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jump-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strong. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Swan!
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So,
could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true—
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. I love these two boys, yo.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled at Yume University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. What? I can't stay longer, but how dare you drop off kids at my daycare vanish just long enough for me to finish and not return so I can drop them back on you. Yeah. Also, yes, I have a new motto. I've had this motto for quite some time. I actually don't know if you've been into the past few streams. I think it's been like, what, 3-ish weeks? Give or take. Hi, Pika. Go get your food. Go get your food. You took care of the kids at daycare, right? 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 How much do I have to pay you? I don't have to pay you anything, right? Right? Because we're friends. We're friends. I don't need to pay you anything. Right? Right? Alright, anyways. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Girl, firstly, I've been in streams, but I'm stupid and didn't notice. Also, for context, is because after, Criterion and Quantum this morning, I raided Pika-Pau. And I'm like, I need to eat and then figure out if I'm booting back up stream, so take care of the kids while I'm gone. He had no choice in the matter. I just kind of voluntold them. 2, I showed them how to kill God and gave them Red Bull. You gave them Red Bull. You gave my fucking chat. You gave my kids Red Bull. What is wrong with you? I have never drank an energy drink, and I don't think I ever will. We already saw what happened with the effects of coffee, and if you've never seen me with the effects of coffee, pray that you never see that again. There is a clip. I think there's a singular clip. No, there's 2 clips. I'm pretty sure there's 2 clips. What's wrong with me? You really haven't figured it out yet? Oh boy. Hang on, I gotta crack my neck. Oh my god. You guys need to tell me if you would ever hear me cracking my body. Because I honestly god don't know if the microphone picks it up. I'm a robot who plays silly video games and borderlines ruins people. What is it wrong? Can I crack my back? Ooh, my back's in a questionable state of like, it could crack if I angle it correctly, but I don't think it needs cracking. No, no, ugh. Okay, no, I think we're fine. No, it did not need cracking. My neck needs cracking though, and I can't do that. I would not be surprised if my doctor suggested I go to a chiropractor at this point, especially with my neck. Can't you anymore? So that's the thing. Oh wait, actually, hang on. Hey, ho. How dare you rat me? How dare you rat me? Hang on. We're turning off the rats temporarily. I will turn them back on manually. Don't worry. So I'm kind of at a situation of like, I don't know what to do. Because there's a few ears that I can mess with. The problem is oh shit. Hang on, we're gonna do back hair for a second. I don't know why it's set to these ones actually. Oh, I know why they're set to these ones. It just looked very weird when they're angled like this. Hang on. Where's back hair? I had to turn it off, because if I switch styles, it turns it back on. Okay. Well, let's do the wave here for a second. Realistically, I actually don't like any of the ears. I don't know why. I think because a lot of them are rigged, assuming you have the little fluff ball, which I removed because I didn't like the fluff ball. I might add it back in, but we'll see. They're a little bit too bouncy, and I need to start tweaking those parameters again, because I found them for the rat ears, and I assume it's the same for the other ones. There's always, like, something slightly wrong with it that I don't like, so, like, this pair is okay. When I angle it back, it has a little weird curve. Let's see. Animal. The bunny ear. There's bunny ears in this model, but they're a little bit too small. And even then, they're a little bit too long. These are fox ears, by the way. These are supposed to be fox ears. But I don't know if I want to put them on right now or not. They're the bunny ears. The bunny ears are very tall but very small. If they were a little bit wider or angled back, that would have been fine. Those are the cat ears I just showed you earlier. Here's a different set. And I don't like it when I angle left and right, because it gets really weird. It's like it's not attached to my head correctly. And they don't lie flat. Or they try to lie flat, but only when I angle up. And they're rat ears, which used to be hamster ears, and I still think I need to tweak them, but I'm too lazy. I don't know what these ears are supposed to be, but they're very small. They're very flat. We got bear ears. I am not putting it on bear ears, and no one can make me. I assume these are like really straight up dog ears. If I'm gonna be real. And the most I can angle them down is this way. But they just stand straight up. Floppy bunny ears. I'm not a fan of floppy bunny ears. Floppy dog ears. Not a fan of floppy dog ears. These are bat ears. I think it's self-explanatory. And then there's angel wings that I can't do anything about. That's one set of ears. There's another ear that I debate about using instead of the cat ears. Is this one. Yeah. Oh, floppy. Again, I'm not a fan of floppy myself. But it is an option. I'll just have them a little bit closer. The thing is, I just reported this. If I angle it, it's not very obvious here. But basically, the ear closer to where I turned is stretching downwards. The other one's stretching into the ear. So like, hang on, let me show you airplane mode. Airplane mode. You can see it more obviously there. It does this no matter what. I don't know if it's intentional, but it's making it really hard for me to tweak certain settings on here. Because it starts becoming a lot more noticeable depending on what I tweak. And I don't want them to be so small that they're just kind of like this, because then you can't see them. You literally can't tell because of my black hair. But like, I am, how much? What do you mean how much? I'm not wearing the bear ears. Eat my dick. I am not wearing the bear ears. But yeah, we'll see if they... I don't know if they'll have time to fix it, but it's an option. I do kind of want these ears, just because I think they're cute. There's a different one for size, and there's a different one for length. Oh, size makes it a lot more obvious, too. They're so floppy. I need to decrease the parameters a bit. But yeah, I don't know what ears to use for cat, if I'm gonna be real. So that's why we haven't re-enabled cat yet. Now, excuse me while I put back on your ads. Oh shit. OBS? What the fuck? OBS teleported to my screen. Hang on. Thank you for returning rats. I told you I was gonna put it back on. Hang on, while I'm here. I don't think this will happen right away. I'm changing the setting so that the idle sleep doesn't happen immediately. Because for some reason, it's saying that it's not tracking when I drink the water. Let's do 5 seconds. Let's do 3 seconds. Oh! Sorry! I know we have to get back to the game. Actually, no. Yeah, hang on. Quick 5-minute venture. Quick 5-minute venture. I was thinking about having this as a redeem. I don't know what the label is, but I just thought it was kind of neat. Hi, rat. You can stay up there. And because I really want to use these demon horns, not these ones. I'm gonna use these. Either this one at some point. I don't know about this one. This one would be too tall. I actually can't change the position of this. I think it was this one. Like a slight variation of this one. Slightly smaller. Then this position is just closer. I can't move this one. And then pupil. Do I remember all the fucking settings? Pupil. No. Highlight toggle. I'm blind as a bat. Where's the circle one? Yeah. And then, is it this? No, it's makeup. Yeah. And then hair. One of the side hairs. I don't know which one because I haven't really played around with it too much. Just one of the side hairs. And then maybe I change the back hair. Yeah. I want to have this as a toggle for no reason other than it looks cool. Also, I just realized you can't see half of it because I'm off on the screen. Hi. Yeah. I just wanted it because it's cool. I just thought I'd show you that. Alright, back to rats. I gotta leave if we get back to the game. It got stinky spoilers. What do you mean stinky? Wait, have you never played this game before? Do I need to throw this game at you? I have your Steam. Yeah? We can talk about this. You better hope it's not on sale. I don't think it's on sale. It has been approximately 15 minutes and we have not got progressed through this game right now. Great Ace. Oh, by the way, if it wasn't obvious, I'm playing this on the Switch because honestly, I prefer playing the visual novel games on the consoles. Oh, instead of Steam. That's my personal opinion. Rejoice, it's not on sale. You have been spared. Well, because it's been nice knowing you. I need to itch my bed. Can't kill me yet. Oh, don't worry, I'll find another way to kill you. She will try again in the future. Yep. Okay. Besides the point. Let's get back to the game. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. Oh, by the way, you should probably leave then. Thanks for stopping by, Peekaboo. You can lurk or whatever, just, yeah, I'm continuing the game. Piss off. Love you. Love you lots. Can we have a talk about the gifted sub? Too bad. I was wondering when you were gonna notice that. I was wondering when you were gonna notice me start like gifting them to names just because it gets a reaction out of people. It's great. Skedaddling with my life. Take care, Zora. Thanks for stopping by. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I forget how much I love the music in this game. It's a toss-up between this and I think one or two other games is my favorite Ace Attorney game. He says, yes. This could take some time. But even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Guess before I go, your eye's supposed to be closed while reading? No, it's the tracking. It's the tracking. Because of the NVIDIA 2 tracker, for some reason, it's not as great as the first one, even though the first one wasn't that great either. So when I'm like, I'm either squinting or I'm looking down, but for some reason, the camera tracks it a little too low, and I had to dick around the settings too much with my glasses and this, and I just haven't gotten around to fix them. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's tracking my eyes closed. It just kind of does that, but whatever. Interesting. When you're the one who's engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over to this photographic print?
Get muted, nerd!
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady didn't witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right in this very courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here, we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A witness in the Ace Attorney game being guilty is impossible, obviously! Yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, how do you carry around all that weight in your clothes, lady? Like, what the heck? I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Also, am I actually... Is half the time that I'm talking, my eyes are closed when I'm talking? Because I actually cannot see. Alright, I don't know what the fucking the judge said. Hang on. Condemning him. Okay. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words this court is going to believe.
Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless. However, well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Her boyfriend called us coded. Unless and until the
the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there on that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Defense may now cross-examine a witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Take that! Location! Hands! I was not paying attention to the entire testimony, by the way. Hold on. Oh my god. I almost choked myself. They went down the wrong pipe. Help. 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 Let's see. President was able to eat, so I ordered one beef steak. I think I have to press this one.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or, there was no permission given for any further probing in the matter, perhaps? Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course you want to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you! I was afraid I would catch these rare disease known as cooties, Your Excellency. So she's maintaining you got an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, wholly unfound lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. Why don't you just keep on pressing? She's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony at the fiction as that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. I almost read that skull. Me too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for this cross-examination. Also, no, he called us goaded, not goated.
I hope I said that right earlier. Ugh. Unrelated, can someone just, like, take me out? I'll give you money. I'll grace you with money. Hang on. Ooh, that's one neck crack. Can I get the other one? Nope. I don't know what I did with my neck in that last year, but it is painful. Okay. Wait, luncheon.
Yes!
Do I have to do all 5? I really hope I don't have to do all 5. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at the Hada clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She's heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean that it was you who ate this steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Sparkling water. I don't like sparkling water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Wait, hold on. Oh, right. I was like, I thought it said no eating and drinking. But no, you can drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Gimme. If you arrange a luncheon so that's slightly late, is it really slightly late or just on time at an alternate schedule, right? If I failed this mechanic, did I do it incorrectly, or did I do it correctly but incorrectly? Oh wait, no, hang on. Well, how does it say? I failed successfully. That's what I meant to say. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Huh. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official statement. Or testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Oh, so aside from, like, some oddities with the animation transitioning, I'm gonna be real, I'm actually surprised that we don't have too much of a loss in quality in the Switch 2 versus Switch 1. I don't know if it's mostly on my end though, because again, I'm playing this on a bigger screen. But I know for like, what was it? I know some of the other games, it looked a little bit jaggedy. Maybe, probably from the FPS, but I thought there's one game that I remember playing. Seemed a little bit more pixelated. I also might just be used to this. It could be one or the other. Okay, give me this picture. Yoink. I did not mean to hit A.
Yes!
I love his fucking face. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Noodle. Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd. Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Mianosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minuity? English is a really stupid language, and I will not be convinced otherwise. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minute? I'm just gonna say minute. You say? Could be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not! I would never do something so reckless. There should have been 2 glasses on the table! Or are you gonna try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I've been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry. There. As I assured the court before, there's of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student has just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Also, yes, she has a tail. I don't know what you call that in, like, fashion terms. But I do know, back in those olden days, I don't know, would you call it a ball gown? There are these types of dresses where women would actually have, like, these, oh, what the fuck was it called again? It's like a little cage underneath, and it's to make the dress more puffier. But there was one specifically, instead of making it puffier all around like a ball gown, it's like a half one that accentuates the back and makes the back like rounded out. I don't know why, honestly, but I assume that that's what we're seeing. It's either that or she attached like a bunch of feathers on the back of her dress. I don't fucking know. I don't know fashion. It does look pretty, but god damn it, would that be a murder on her body? It would seem that she has slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing to the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well,
I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. Oh, she took the glass away in her handbag. There's deeper significance there. It's handbag. Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. Thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Also, in case anyone was curious, the only thing that I don't voice lines are some of the, like, sound effects that the characters would make. And the problem is because there's a few actual problems. Usually the game automatically controls the timing on that because it's supposed to be a reaction. But also, I flub it up a lot. Oh. Did I not put timer on those ears? Hold on. Oh, they shouldn't be cycling. Yeah, you should not be cycling. What the fuck? Maybe I broke it earlier. I usually flip it a lot, so I just don't bother. And also it's a lot of weird sounds, like my brain's blanking. I don't know how to say them. So I just leave it up to the game to just do it. Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Algie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Also, you spelled lawyer in the title wrong. I'm not sure if you're aware.
No shot, did I?
We're leaving it like that. Nah, fuck this. We're leaving it like that. The worst part is I typed it and I'm like, something seems wrong. But it looks right. So we'll leave it like that. I'm not a lamer. I hate it here. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna hide. We're going. We're leaving. We're leaving. We're leaving. I'm not here. There's no one playing the game. I know what I'm doing. I fucking hate it here. Ah, shit. I didn't mean to hit that. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Did your glasses just clip down? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of the photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Britt's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So, there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. He has such overreaction of just slamming into the what the fuck? Hang on. Did I see that right? Hold on. Please tell me I'm just blind. Did I see that right? I'm hoping that I am blind and I did not just see Naruhodo's model like glitch the fuck out. Are those papers? Oh, those are a stack of papers. I'm over here being like, holy shit, did one of his arms just glitch out into like in front of him? No, there's a stack of papers right next to him and Kazuma that we just don't see in the cutscenes. What the all right. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Also, wait, I could have sworn those stacks of papers weren't there this entire time. Whatever. I think you have long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Oh, they're right there! But wait, why do they look like they were in front of Kaz? Whatever. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed. And there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rook slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm Sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of witnesses is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact that you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You were the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that the detective provided that we can contest. It means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
Smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considering all the evidence placed before me.
Yes!
Oh shit, I did not mean to skip it. That was my bad. Sorry, sir. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule in this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, then the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag that the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from the handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution's becoming tired of this rook's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. Something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, taking a look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. So technically... he's specifically asking about the handbag, but there is another point question that I can see right off the bat. But for now, it's probably the glass.
Eh.
Can I?
Yes!
Just here! I feel sure around this area something's extremely significant. Never mind, I guess he doesn't care about the glass. Haha! Your inability to possibly identify anything wrong with the picture. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, shut up. I understand. I understand. You blew up my little badge. And there's a handbag that stands out in this picture, but you need to look further. Yes, I know. I thought you guys wanted to see the glass. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, sir. I know. Let me go back to the picture, please. I just thought you wanted to touch the glass.
Hold it!
Wait, Your Excellency! The court should give consideration to the fact that this man's an amateur! One more chance, please! Bro, I hate it here. Suppose he's just a callous student lawyer with little sense of protocol that matters! I'm starting to feel insulted here. Yeah, blah 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 blah. It's this.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle would come out with you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. Police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Algie pointed out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. You will see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. You would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should just keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we could just link that burn to the case, if we could just do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But what if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably links the burn on the victim's wrist to the case. Then you would allow it. I would, yes. You tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and his trial. Should be this picture. Right? No. I think it's this picture. Let me check. Yep, it's this picture.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Have you ever seen Render Breakdown's video on Ace Attorney? I have not. I actually don't think I've seen a lot of people talk about Ace Attorney. I don't know why. I just usually like being able to play the game myself and make my own conclusions from that. I did hear at least one or two theories, though. but I don't remember which ones.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate that the steak was served on. Plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius! Spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that.
Most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Algae, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such as a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who's burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would have, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Algae?
Well, yes, I suppose.
The question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot! That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student! But clearly he has no grasp of the facts!
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Algie, is you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon! As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I concede that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afforded us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report shows no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. I don't remember her being that insulting. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all! It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that the boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Is what I would like to say, I ran out of water again. I'ma get more. Hang out with Giselle. Just hang out with the pretty lady for a little bit. I need to bring, like, water bottles. Gave myself a stretch and I got really freaking dizzy. Remind me to bring like 3 water bottles. Let me take a break. Whew. That's a lot of talking. But I really want to play this game. Ooh. Ooh. I need to give myself more breaks. But at the same time, I like the story. I like the stories. I like the story. This is part of the reason why I didn't want to stream the game. I think I have to, I'm like 100% sure this is one of the times I have to press everything.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma.
Yes. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. Ah! And as such, there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from the gun you put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist in the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at some point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Algie is right. Ah!
Yes!
Without leaving a trace?
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all of those causes of death, that's true. Or maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark?
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takasuchi Algie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Do I even have evidence? Hold up. I don't think I do. I don't think... Would that be enough? I don't think so. Because the only thing I can think of is poisoning, but I don't know if my evidence right now can prove that.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right! La Carnival's open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Haha! A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting her police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Algie is finally starting to see sense. I keep on trying to say fucking professor. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There's a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time.
Why are you so loud, Heater? What the fuck?
You think so, but this time, instead of targeting a woman herself, let's see what we can get out from the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay, yoink, 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 yoink.
Yes!
Then, basically the same stuff until also not gonna reacts.
Wait.
Oh, there we go. Yes, there it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in a stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Right. Look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch a person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information, to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the marker across with D-pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Okay, before we go into this mechanic, I'm gonna be right back. Stop coughing! You're not dying! 5 minutes, I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm back. Listen, going through what? 2.5 water balls, an entire thing of boba. Apparently runs through your system really fast. Faster than I thought. Whew. Yeah, next time I'm gonna do multiple streams on these. Holy mackerel. Whew. Alright, let me see if I can crack my bag. Because it feels a little awkward. I mean, yeah. Ugh. Nope, still can't crack it. For some reason, it just gives me the sensation of like, I kind of want to crack it, but it doesn't feel like it'll do anything. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, I'm replying to something on the Liz Meta Discord. I've essentially assigned myself to tech support. So anytime I see a question asked, I just usually answer if no one answers it. Ooh, okay. Where is the game? Yoink. I'm gonna be so happy when stream ends. I don't have to talk for the rest of the night. Okay, so now I move over to you. So this is actually, keep in mind, this, in timeline-wise, this is the first Easter egg game, because this is happening in the past. Ryunosuke Naruhodo is Phoenix Wright's descendant, supposedly. Assuming based off the name. So, in timeline situations, this would be the first one. However, this was, 1, 2, 3, 4... I can't remember if this is the 6th or 7th game. This came out, I'm pretty sure it came out for the 3D... No, it didn't come out for the 3DS. This had to have been the DS game. Because the only way for a lot of us to play it is to, use an emulator or, how do you call it? Homebrew a DS. Right? Let me double check that. Hold on. Let me double check that and make sure I'm not wrong. Great Ace Attorney. Console. I don't want Chronicles. Was it a DS or 3DS game? Oh shit, don't drop that. Oh wait, hang on, I see a copy. Investigations was a DS game. Original. Oh, it was a 3DS game. How the fuck did I play it then? I don't remember this. Whatever. Agree to disagree, you are a great lawyer. No, I'm not a great layer, because I misspelled the title. But yeah. This is a new mechanic that happens. It happens in only 2 games so far. Because I think both of the games came out after the last Ace Attorney. Like the last one of the main series. Don't quote me on that, I'm probably wrong. It's Great Ace Attorney, but the first game that has this mechanic of being able to interrogate multiple witnesses on the stand is, oh fuck, what was it called again? Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. There was a collab game between the Ace Attorney series and the Professor Layton games, which I have, and it's one of my favorite games, okay? So, let me break it down. So we have, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney... It's not called 2 or 3, right? Hang on. Let me double check their names. I'm pretty sure it's not called 2 or 3. Ace Attorney... games. It's not. Okay, so we have Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We have Ace Attorney Justice for All. Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. I believe that was the... No, it was not. That's the last Phoenix Wright game on the DS. I'm pretty sure the DS had one last game, which was Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Apollo Justice, I think, was the very first Ace Attorney game that I played. And it's one of my favorites. Then in the 3DS, we had Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, which I think is like my second... It's like another favorite. Yeah. And then we have Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, which was the very last main Phoenix Wright game, or Ace Attorney game in the series. Along with that, we have Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit, which I didn't realize there was an actual name. I thought it was just called Ace Attorney 2. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, which is what I'm playing right now. Great Attorney Adventures, Great Ace Attorney Adventure, holy shit. Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. It's not Avengers. And then the Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright game. Right now we have the Ace Attorney trilogy on the Switch and PC, I think. Apollo's Justice trilogy, which includes Duel's Destiny and Spirit of Justice, because I believe Apollo is actually involved in both of those games. We got the Ace Attorney Investigations collection, which I actually don't remember if I ever bought it on anywhere, so I need to double check that. And then the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and then we have the Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright. But anyways, yeah. The collab game was actually one of my favorite games, and I kind of wish we had another one. I hope they'll do another one. That'd be great. Anyways, yeah, so this mechanic was only in those 2 games specifically. So there's the hope that the next, if we ever get another Ace Attorney game, that it will have this mechanic again. Anyways, I need to talk to you. Yeah.
Excuse me.
What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to spook you, or shock you. Ryu was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Ha, who, ha, English is stupid. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practice are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see? I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? You seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Fervor? Unfortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burnt his wrist. That's not what I want. What's this country's? Oh wait, she didn't change her in thing. Okay, hang on. Let me look at the bottle. Let me look at the bottle. What the? So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I haven't been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? It's gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked out something. I was trying so hard not to sneeze. I think I might have just worked out something. An interesting possibility. Ooh. I don't know if you heard me, but trying not to, like, pay attention to the sneezing. I was trying so hard. Sometimes they sneak up on you. Yeah. Also, thank God. So the next gem, the Pokemon Gem Box is released in China. I believe today, actually. There's only one exclusive, which I technically want, but I can just buy it. It's just a matter of will any of the people in the card show have it. It's also like much more cheaper than the previous gem boxes because I think because of the hype from 151 in Chinese, Gem Box 3 came out to be like well over $100 at the start. But this one's like 41, which is about the price that I expected from $10 in the first place. So I'm just like, let me get one. Because I already have a pending order anyways. So like, it can wait a little longer. Because that one's already waiting until February. I'm like, can you just slide one in my order, please? Thank you. Just one. Just one. There's so many different art cards in there. There is no shot that I would be able to gamble my way to get that card. So we're like, we could try. We could try. Hopefully that card's not gonna be expensive. Whew, okay. My sneezy went away. Didn't hear you attempted to stop it, but definitely heard it when it broke out. No, not me like stopping it, but like, I don't know if you heard my voice kind of crack or squeak a little right before it, like maybe a sentence two before it, because I was trying to hold it back. Okay, I'm gonna assume you want me to present the water here.
Yes!
What is that? Or what is this? It's a bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett! It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! This is just such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you... I just almost choked on my spit. I hate this old man. I'm really mad that I can do a really decent old man voice, but if you do it for too long, it's pretty grating on the throat. Surprisingly, I'm actually doing a pretty damn good job not breaking my throat doing it. It was a lot worse when I do it on recordings, but no, at 4 hours it's catching up to me. I think I have something on my face. Hang on. Keep on itching my nose. Oh. Is my model gonna blitz out because I have a mirror in front of me? The answer is yes. Okay. Sorry. There was just something bugging me on my nose. Okay. Nope, it's still there. Got it. Have you ever considered about the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Never. Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
Whatever keeps you hoping, no need to strain over for pain. He's not with the pain. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one's individual's guilt with respect to one's crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may. I will silence you forever for this disgraceful act. It is you who should be silent. Of course! Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. Sorry, tangent. So again, I played this game in the fans translation first. One of the things that they did for the fans translation, they got a bunch of volunteers to voice some of the characters, I think. No? No, I'm mixing it up with Investigations. My bad. Investigations is the one that got volunteers to do the voices. But I think for the fans translation for this game, they left the voices as is in Japanese. So all of the like objection, the yes, everything was in Japanese. So that took a while to get used to. The only thing that is not changed was that shut up is the I'm pretty sure that is the exact same voice. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humblest apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I describe your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. They recorded a shut up voice line too? It sounds the exact same. Do I still have the emulator? I should go check it out later. I don't think I do. But I wouldn't be surprised if I did. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in the country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! I forgot, that was his reaction, no. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun was the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. Done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Please, wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistance to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appears like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Wait, you're not going to continue, are you? I thought there was one! Bro! Fuck, I'm gonna die. Alright. Do I end the stream or do I keep going? Part of me wants to end the stream, but the other part really wants to keep going because I'm pretty sure this is the last one. And if it's not the last one, I will crash out. Because I... let me at least take a fucking break. Fuck me, man. So, I don't know about you guys. There are certain character tropes that I enjoy a lot. And there are some of them I just despise beyond all heck. This one it's kind of on par. It's, well, how do I explain it? I don't like it when games go too heavy on the best friend or sibling relationship. It depends on how they do it. Like some of it is very cringy or very kind of obsessive. But then there's times like this with fucking Ryunosuke and Kazuma's interactions. That I'm just looking at them and be like, there, right there. These boys, I want these boys to be protected at all fucking costs. I want to see them more. They are the best duo there's ever been. I have that interaction mostly with siblings and twins, but like Kazuma and Ryunosuke. Can we it'd be nice if we can get more Great Ace Attorney, but I don't think we can. And I can explain that in chapter 2, but like I love them. I love how they're doing the double teaming. It makes me so happy seeing that. Oh yeah, um I just really like those kinds of little tropes. It does get annoying if it happens all the time. Like if every time I see one of them, then the other's there and they're always doing it, then yes, then that's a little bit overkill. But just moments like this, Ryunosuke and Kazuma, that's what I love. I love them dearly. And that's that I'm trying to think of another instance in the game where it does that. But yeah. 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 I'm sorry. I love the voice. I love the voice. I love the voice so much. To be fair, I think there's plenty of great Ace Attorney in the first trio of games. There's just Ace Attorney. The great Ace Attorney specifically for this game. And ironically enough, I'm trying to think. Keep in mind, my first one was Apollo's Justice. It was not Ace Attorney. I think I watched the Ace Attorneys before playing Apollo's Justice. I don't remember if I did before or after. I didn't get that sensation until after the first 3 games, but that's just me. Also, the way that they did it in the first 3 games is a little bit different. Anyways, beside the point. Let's go on. The problem is, there is a very specific character that I am going to. Okay, the next I'm gonna do like a mind. It's not a story spoiler. It is a me spoiler. I know I'm doing this first chapter in one sitting. I am going to regret this tomorrow. Because if I lose my voice in raid tomorrow, I guarantee you Azzy's going to fucking murder me before dragging me back out in the raid, kicking and screaming. Or lack thereof. I will guarantee you the second chapter, no matter what, I will not be able to do that in one sitting, no matter how much. I'm pretty sure that I want to say that has 2 breaks as well, but that's not the issue. There's a very specific character that gets introduced there. And that son of a bitch is going to take all of my energy, toss it on the ground, stomp on it, and shove it into a closet before throwing it back out and saying, do it again. And I'm gonna have so much fun, and I'm probably gonna get really dizzy doing it. You know, Great Ace Attorney has 2 games, not 3 games. Right now I'm playing the first iteration of the game, which is Avengers. Chapter 2 is also awful with pacing. I have no knowledge of Chapter 2. I have only been spoiled on one thing, and that was completely on accident. Like, I got spoiler because of the Wikipedia. Because I was trying to find stuff for my fucking Let's Play. And I'm like, okay, no. At some point, I'm just gonna have to sit down and do this fucking game again in some way, shape, or form because I need to play Resolve blind. I have not played. I want to play visual, like Danganronpa, Ace Attorney. The visual novels that I do play, I want to be able to play them blind on stream at some point in my life. Right now, the only one that is blind is Resolve. Everything else I've played at some point, and I've basically forgotten like 80% of it. But if I can just somehow keep Resolve still in the state of blind mode, I will be the happiest child in the world until they release a new game. I fucking hate Hiryo. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. Well, I just sudden ingress into my courtroom. Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into the court of law other than to testify. Also, yeah, like I said, this game takes place in like olden times. Is it 19th century? But like olden times, a lot of, I've been quiet about this, a lot of things that, especially this generation of people, would be completely not okay with. Like the misogyny, well, I'm not sure. I guess you can call what Giselle's doing as racism, in a way. Yeah, like all of that, that was normal in the time period. That is the whole setting of this game. The game's also not endorsing it. The game's just trying to replicate what was done in that time period. There was so much controversy with this game. And I'm just over here being like, the game is not actively saying this is an okay thing. Or at least that's what I'm interpreting it as. And also, this is how it was back in the days. In fact, I think the fans translation did it much more direct and included some names that I will not be bringing up in the stream. Just to make sure, because that's how it was like originally in Japanese. Like they, I believe, uses direct names and whatnot. Localization does not do that. I don't know if I'll actually recognize the first point when they do it, because I don't think they did it in chapter 1. If I'm gonna be real, I don't think they did it in chapter 1. But yeah. Ready for chapter 2's length. The payoff for making it to the rest of Chronicles is perfect though. Wait, are you talking about chapter 2 as in this next chapter? Because like I said, I played through this game before, so I know more or less what to expect. I'm a little foggy past chapter 4. But I was talking about Resolution. Resolution I'm completely not blind on. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. I think when I was trying to do a Let's Play of this, I gave her a much higher voice. But it's just because I didn't hear her voice for a long time. There is voice acting in this game, like a little bit outside of the holdouts and whatnot. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory. Is it laboratory or laboratory, or are they both correct? In the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Never heard that word before.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
Algie doesn't know that the best time to present decisive evidence is when things are dramatically over and your protagonist has no faith in succeeding. There's too little time for me to read in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful. Thank you.
Goodbye then, and good luck. You're so pretty. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but let me actually investigate this before we present, because I think it wants me to do that. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death. It occurs when the poison enters the body through wounds such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to the ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. Anesthetic. A resolution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients will die of suffocation. Blur.
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Vianosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett.
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer?
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time.
Alright, I guess I did the pacing on that a little bit too slow. What the fuck did you just say? Hold on. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Also, she keeps on griping about how vulgar the Japanese language is. I think it's pretty. I think it's a lot better than English, if I'm gonna be real.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand that you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare.
Why?
Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison! Order! 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 Counsel, this is deadly poison truly exists. According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, I love how Ryunosuke is going through his notes while Kazuma's delivering the actual. Curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the time of the century by explorers, at the turn of the century. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! What the fuck is... Hold on. I don't remember that word. What the fuck is trumpery? Trumpery. Please give me a proper definition. Attractive articles of little value of use. Showy but worthless. Wait, is that really it? Well, okay. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other dyings would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Oh, my ears are itchy. Oh, I don't want to sound like a frog again. I can't do it in front of people. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he collapsed on the floor. But with a chair underneath him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. My fucking spit earlier just went down the wrong pipe again. Give me a second. How do you lose tracking when I'm... You weird model. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
Ahem. If I may.
All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manners. It is you who must be taught.
Of course.
Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled! What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett,
The feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean?
capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Would you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great Emperor of Japan is breaking the rules! What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Can't really blame Brett too much because this was a real kangaroo court. It's still a kangaroo court. What are you talking about? Who would give evidence to the witness?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Oh, so... Actually, I wonder if she didn't use that term in the original language. Whatever. Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy? Did I say that right? Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Wait! What are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all of the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There has to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she... Did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle. Isn't there? But there can't have been. Because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Miranowski. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. culprit did put Curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw. Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposed poisoned water unscathed? I'm gonna assume it wants me to do the medical report first. Because it's like a two-part situation.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Oh, I believe it's the special characteristics. Let me double check. Yes. We've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. At least the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please! But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, counsel! No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in the research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how possible.
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Oh, yes! Well, of course! Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right! Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No?
Order! Order in the court! Order! Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case in trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
Unrelated, so... Yes, that's apparently a real swan on her head. Unless that's just a really anime swan. I just had a freaking core memory unlocked. In college, I remember just walking to my classroom. How much can this zoom in, by the way? Okay, I was about to say it's gonna stop. I remember just walking around college, and like, when you're going in between classes or certain times of the day, there's gonna be a lot of people. Or was it college or was it high school? I'm trying to remember, because it was related to a play at some point. There was a play that happened earlier in the day or later in the day, and just on that day, and someone had like an actual live snake. I remember seeing this girl walking around. She had the snake around her neck. And I thought, oh, it's just a scarf. And then I saw the thing's head move up. And I'm like, this girl's really moving around with a snake on her neck in the middle of this crowd. That's kind of cool. I don't think it was big enough to be a bone constrictor. It was like a very normal, average snake size. I don't know what type of snake it is. I want to say a python. It was brown. It was a brown snake. I don't know why, but I keep on thinking pythons as like the yellow, white color. Anyways, no, I'm sorry. That just reminded me when I saw the swan come to life.
What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. What's rage-like? And more than anything else, is an animalistic desire to take down my prey. He does the pointing!
I'm proud of my boy.
I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curare? Would I have to present this one, or to present the research report again?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there is a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have
if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she? Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. Puerile? Puerile? English is stupid. Can I, like, learn a different language than English? This reminds me so much of the render breakdown video I mentioned earlier. I'm gonna have to ask you for more details after this chapter is over. What? What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
What is it? What just happened? It's English woman. She just smashed that bottle. It's the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible, at once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not.
You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using Curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime. The fuck? Hey, am I still here? My power flashed. What the fuck? Y'all can still hear me, right? My internet didn't die, right? What do you mean my power flash? What's going on? Should I be concerned? Should I be concerned? Am I in trouble? No! She even found the emote! Okay. So, for context, completely off tangent because I got distracted by that flash of power. When we cleared one of our Final Fantasy 14 raids, I took a screenshot, and I apparently took a perfect screenshot of me trying to do the Play Dead emote. And when I showed it in the chat, Altina, who is one of our friends, who is like friends of friends, but also just a friend, saw that and lost his everlasting shit on that face. And so did everyone else. And so they gave him that face. He made an emote of it. And the moment that emote got passed off to our friends, they just started fucking spamming it in the fucking raid chat. And then I'm just like, you know what, fine, we're just putting it in the Twitch chat. I've had this for a long time. The thing is, I had this assigned to a bits emote. So if you added a bunch of bits, you can unlock this emote permanently. Realistically, I don't have any reason for people to do bits, aside from just throwing it if they want to. So I'm like, fuck it. I'll just move around some of the emotes, because there's also a few emotes that not a lot of people use, as much as I love them. So I put it in the Twitch tier 1 sub emotes, and now Shibu's found it. It didn't die. I don't know. I might ask Saltina to make the other one, because there's the other picture of like, he just snapped it of my Mil Vieira just looking so done with life. And I'm like, I keep on thinking we should make this a new emote, but I kind of don't want to, but at the same time I kind of do. I was kind of hoping Shibu wouldn't have found it. I literally put that in, what, yesterday? God damn it, Shibu, just go back to rats. Stick to the rats. Stick in your lane. Stay in your lane. Anyways, you waited until you picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor. That's not what I mean by rats. That's not what I mean by staying in your lane. Take this off. Take this off right now. Before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Oh, so I'm a schoolboy and Kazuma's a young man. Fantastic. Oh, hang on. Aw, crap, no! Man, I just clogged my ear. Oh, that's gonna be uncomfortable. So, hang on. Alright, can I force it? Fine. Okay. Okay. Another tangent. Do I say, what is, how do I explain this? When you've accidentally clogged up your ear because you might have, like, swallowed a certain way or, like, yawned a certain way, and you have to, like, pop your ear, like, what is that called? Because I just did that, and, now I have pressure in my ear, and I'm trying to see if I can release the pressure by doing a big yawn. Oh my god, I did it! Oh. Oh. I haven't had that happen in a really long time. The last time that happened is when I had COVID in 2024. And I don't think I've ever fully popped it before. I just put it back there. I think I just put it back there. Fuck. I hate it here. Oh yeah, I definitely just reclogged it. No! Please pop my ear. I would like to be able to hear a little bit. I'm related. I'm getting to the point that, I think if I stream, like, what, an additional hour or two, I might get to the point where I just snap my jaw open because my body's like, hey, you need to yawn. You tweak your ear like VG settings? What do you mean by VG settings? Hold on. Please explain to me what you mean by VG settings. Wait. I fixed it. I'm gonna drink water, because if I don't do it with water, I think I might swallow in a way that's gonna reclog it. I'm related. I just made my eyes water so much doing those yawns. Okay. Okay. Okay, my ear feels like less uncomfortable, but I have a feeling it might come back. Okay, whatever.
A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable! How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene! Ryunosuke! Yes? You've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You've always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, that can't wait! It's been niggling me for knowing me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be the key to reviving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. I love the trope of gaining a piece of evidence that will be presented at the final moment. I'm trying to clear my throat. It keeps on going back to no.
Take that!
Inspector Hozanaka, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Ugh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in its photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base on the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett? I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something that the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you have been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant has been eating. And I did it all! In the name of justice! Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it. Now! Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! I cannot do a butler voice. I certainly can't do one right now, so I actually don't know what voice to give Hosonaga. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you've ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't!
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. I could kill for some steak. It is 11 o'clock at night. Maybe I should order steak tomorrow. Well, that's expensive. But I also had really sad sushi today. I think it's worth it. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. Just don't order at La Carnival. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine again, be my guest. And I will do that. Screw you. This plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Who the fuck knows? Give me the steak. 3-day-old steak. What the fuck? Why would you lift it up? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I never heard of bullion and bullion. I don't think you've ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... Why would you lift up the steak with your bare hands, my man? Why would you lift up the steak with your bare hands? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Hmm? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that is still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Okay, I have to click on it first. Wrongly enough, it doesn't actually show you the A button here.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Ahoy Air One at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you've ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there no coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part in it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Oh my god, they're gonna fight.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? Rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? Rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now!
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you! No one invited you anyway!
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize it is you who is irrelevant. You know, I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what's it doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... gonna be announced in a second because I need water.
I've drank through my third bottle of water. Wait, hang on. That was 4. I may have drank through 4 bottles of water. I'm also gonna use the bathroom. Hey, look on the bright side. This is the kind of game that my friends cannot yell at me for not drinking water. Granted, I am stupid enough to not stop streaming and to try to do this first case in one sitting, which I should not be doing, and it's a very bad idea. Stay hydrated. I am overly hydrated. Ironically enough, another tangent, it is actually really bad if you drink too much water. I think it's less bad as long as you're able to dispose of the water after. But one of the really bad things, because I remember, I can't remember if it was an article or video, or it might have been like a series. People were supposed to win a car, and they had to keep their hand on the car, and whoever held their hand on the car the longest wins the car. Obviously, they can't do that for a long amounts of time without drinking and eating. I don't think they ate, but I'm pretty sure they at least drank water, because it was also like a stupidly hot day. They drank so much, but they didn't use the bathroom for so long that it became like a medical emergency. Like, that could actually like really be bad for you in multiple ways. So I think eventually, at some point, they just said, fuck it, you both win. So that they could actually, you know, get treated properly. I don't remember if this is real or if this was related to a game or series or whatever the fuck. I just remember hearing about it. And I'm just like, I think that was the only occurrence of like too much water being too bad. I'm pretty sure there are other health implications of what happens if you drink too much water. That's beside the point. Anyways, I'll be right back. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. I am never doing this again, by the way. I am not gonna sit in one sitting to do a goddamn case ever again. I'm also realistically not gonna wait 2 weeks to play this game again, because I really like the second chapter. So I'm gonna see if I'm alive next week after work, and we'll try to do it in bits and pieces, and then I'll be really depressed until the next day. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I realized I made a terrible mistake. I left you guys on the one song that's like super hype, but it's like it is a continuous loop over and over and over and over. I am so sorry. It's like I abandoned kids at a daycare and just said, "Mommy's gonna go get some milk. I'll be right back." Oh, Christ almighty. Right, Elsa, is anyone yelling at me in Discord? Surprisingly, no. I expected at least one person to yell at me. Whatever. Oh wait, maybe I can crack my back. Nope. Also, like, maybe I should try to force more visual novel games to my schedule, cause like I probably feel more alive than I have been for the past few weeks. Probably because I'm forced to drink more water. Listen, my body hates water. Okay. Eh. Where is controller?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasate, Kyoryu Kurakuda-san. Hang on, I am out of pace. What the heck is going on with me? I forgot to get a new bottle of water. Well, that's a shame. Let me go get another bottle, because I'm like, I could sit here without the water. But one, someone's gonna redehydrate in like a few minutes. Two, I have a feeling I'm gonna be stuck for at least 45 minutes. Let me go get that water. Truth there is to it, but it makes a little bit of sense. Wow, I didn't actually think my model can go that far. What the fuck? Hold on, I got distracted. Oh, okay, so it can. Okay, I believe, I don't remember where I heard this from, but someone has said, oh, wait, I think it was in school. I don't remember what teacher said it. Basically, the reason why you get thirsty when you talk a lot, just talking a lot in general, I don't know how much truth there is to it, is that as you're talking, you kind of like water particles come out of your chest or something like that. It something like that, and that's why your body basically expels the water naturally as you're talking, and so that gives you more room and the ability to, you know, drink more water. I think I don't know if that's completely true. I'm gonna look it up. That's what it was explained to me, and it made sense in my head, because it made sense why people would get thirsty. Oh crap. If you talk so much. But now it's kind of making sense of like, oh, I'm able to drink a lot more water than how I'm used to. The one thing, part of the reason why I don't drink water is, one, my body doesn't tell me that I'm thirsty. Two, I don't usually talk or hang out with a bunch of people, especially recently because of my different health issues, and I'm just like too tired to even interact with people. But if I'm not talking, that means my body's retaining a lot more of that water, which means I'm less likely to drink a lot of water. Dude. Oh, okay, so it's not specifically shoulders. The human body constantly loses water through the skin via insensible perspiration, which is water vapor passing through the skin. And sweating, which is the actual visible liquid. I think what they were trying to explain to me was basically what that first bit. I don't know. I just remember this was explained to me when I was a kid. Like, when I was stupid young. So, like, the explanation is pretty shoddy, but basically the water is being expelled out of my body in some way, shape, or form. Bye, rat. Bye-bye.
Cure? As in Mr. Cucumber something?
Hang on, I'm completely outpaced. Woo!
I need to stop going on tangents.
I mean, hey, I feel a lot better, and I've gotten more water in my system than I ever had before. This is not going to be a normal occurrence, I promise you.
Cure? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. On the floor. On the floor.
Old man. Also, where's the military guy? Because he was definitely in this cutscene too. At least off to the side. Or at least I could have sworn he was. And this Hoi Era Koban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Kurakuda-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurakuda-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Oh, this was my original tangent before I threw out that random fact. Maybe I should visually put down a sub goal on the screen. I'm debating on it. Because on Twitch, I have a list of games that, like, if we reach a certain amount of subs, I'll play those games. That's why I played the Oracle games earlier, like a few weeks ago. And right now I'm taking a break before doing the other half of 100%. And that's why we're playing Great Ace Attorney. Because we reached that sub goal. We are now under that sub goal now, so I'm like, I could either wait to see if they'll reach the next point, or I could add in another mini game so that there's incentive to reach the smaller sub goal again. And I'm thinking I think I'll just put down Professor Layton on there because I really want to play Professor Layton. And I want to play the Professor Layton games before I play Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright. And I really like that game. I really like that game. I really like that game. Anyways, what's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Kurakuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban? Oh, the knife is in his foot. Yes, that's it! The very one! The very exact one that it is!
The resplendent, splendiferous, who I treasured at my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. You found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it could not have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate our case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there has been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. I love how the baby just keeps on tweaking his mustache. Wicked crimes indeed. We want to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hit the Kurokudo-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole the Kurokudo-san's Koban and hid under a stake? Hello, you.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you! Sergeant Iesanosa! What? How? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of those crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido's the mastermind behind all this. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Clippity-clop, 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 clippity-clop! Oh! Look at the little baby. Like father, like son. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. We got our first witness crash out. I stand corrected. Best witness in the entire game, period. Or in the entire game pair. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe?
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. What the fuck mouth word of words that I just threw out my brain? And I have heard it's hard for lower ranked soldiers to make a living, yes. All I wanted is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping away through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is grandly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett?
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
Ugh. That sounded like it hurt.
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency?
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly. Something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Oh, is this site going through all of her parting words? Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Steak.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what? What exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did! She's a refined English gentlewoman herself! Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clear defined barbaric teeth marks there. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife or fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic! Of course! Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seemed to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in the case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You would know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'll talk about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial has run several hours of... How do words work again? The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? Along with a bunch of fucking cats? Oh, wait, the cats are in front of me. Oh, hold on, those cats are supposed to be in front of me. Ooh, I heard the cats behind me. Who's responsible for it? It was me. It was me. Sorry, I'm sorry. Bubby raid? I'm sorry, what kind of raid message is this, Dragon? My boy. How you doing? I'm dying. I should not have done this first chapter in one sitting. It has been 6 hours. I went through almost, I'm pretty sure I went through about the equivalent of 5 bottles of water right now. And my throat is dying. Even Algae's exhausted. It's the only one I always use. You played yours. I played myself, yes. I thought it was shorter. I could have sworn it was shorter. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm wrapping up chapter 1. I'm pretty sure we're like the tail ends of it. I just don't know how much longer. I got here because of a sub goal. And yeah, we're gonna suffer with the sub goal, I guess. How was your stream? How you doing? You having a good night? It's 11:30 right now. What do you mean it's 11:30? It's been 30 minutes since I last checked the time. What the fuck? But yeah, Ace Attorney's awesome. Okay, hang on. That just made me lose my train of thought. I need to do voices again. Ugh, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I can't do the fucking scratchy old man voice anymore because I've done it for so much and my throat is very unhappy. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling that this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Will you be angry if I just said Kazuma? You gotta lurk though. Alright, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. You go chill, go eat, go sleep, do whatever you need to do. Just don't die. That's my job. I'm supposed to die. That's not how I present. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention's been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet! I'm a superior officer! Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tension! Affirmative! Of course! I might be a soldier of the Imperial Nippon Army, but still! I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. I almost thought that said me manhandling her to meat. I fucking hate this game, yo. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched those two steaks over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hit the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on it back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show us the evidence to court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment that the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Well done.
By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! Here she goes flying away. Fly, fly, fly. Oh, there's a little black chickie! Come back!
And then she died and went to heaven. Oh man, she's got some airtime.
Look at little chickies. Wait, look at little chickies. Look at little chickies. There's a little black chickie. Look at them. 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 No, come back. Come back. Come back. Hey, Giselle, can you have that crash out again? I want to see the little chickies. I want to see the little chickies. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett,
I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he has been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. And to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carries a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. And he was right. He was gonna lift up that skirt. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside it. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from when he picked up the gun. So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Ah, look at her doing a little curtsy before leaving.
Can I at least have the little chickies? They were so cute.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. It just took 6 hours. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Touch it.
Oh my god, my everything is so broken, I don't know if I can speak anymore.
Takasuchi Alchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Algae family name will never be forgotten.
You've become concite with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. I love how Naruhodo just moves off to the side. Also, yeah, everyone's obvious. Algae's name in English is Pain. And Naruhodo is supposed to be right. I think they didn't keep the translations they kept the translations like direct for their names, specifically because of how this game is set. Anyways, 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Algae clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That's for the young to pursue. Kazuma Azuki. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how could I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yay! We got a not guilty verdict! And we have our sakura blossoms raining down from the skies by peering out of the roof. How the magicalness. I don't fucking know, yo. This court is now adjourned. We got our first victory. Yeah. Also, fuck you, officers. Fuck you, bailiffs. This is what you get. This is what you get. This is what you get. I really hope we get a new Ace Attorney game. I miss Ace Attorney. I love it. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to the both of you for providing Naruhodo's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words really should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. I think she's supposed to be a descendant of Maya Fey. I actually don't know that for sure. Speed of Mikatoba? Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikatoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asugi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, in the spirit of the Asugi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. His blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Hi, Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear our case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Consular? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As the head waiter, I shall be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, don't be serious! If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you had a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what's the most crucial weapon? Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. Why did you autosave right there? But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, aren't you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga! I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial and hit my controller on my table. More importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. We got to the end of the chapter. It just took 6.5 fucking hours. I need to use that as my baseline for all the chapters after this because this is gonna be even longer. I'm pretty sure by like chapter 3, it's like at least another hour and a half more or some shit like that. I am never doing this again. Oh my god. Okay. So because I have a save file here, this is kind of cool. It shows through... Oh, wait. Does it show through all of them? I don't know. It shows the little icon for what our next adventure is. Next adventure is on a boat. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. I am not okay. I am not okay. Okay, so yeah, that's the end of chapter 1. The game has saved. I can leave. We can return to the title screen. And now the background should just be the courtroom, right? Yeah! 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 I remember every time I would boot up the game, and I would have to open the game up on a specific save file. I also had to record the music for my little ending screens, and I would have to get the exact frame before the logo shows up so I can get the background image. That's what I use for the thumbnail, which I don't know if I like it or not. But yeah, that's Great Ace Attorney. Hold on. I want to say I have 6 chapters in total in this game. I could be wrong, but I distinctly remember that. It's not 5. I'm pretty sure it was 6. But yeah, Ace Attorney. I want to play more of these games in the future, but for now we gotta stick with Great Ace Attorney. And then after we're done with Adventures, I'll take a break from that, switch back to Oracles, and then finish up Oracles, and I can play Resolve. And I'm really excited for when I reach Resolve, because again, I've never played that. I'm gonna be doing it completely blind, with the exception of the one spoiler that I accidentally got spoiled on. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. My throat fucking hurts. I don't know when my voices stopped doing the voice thing, but they kind of stopped doing it, which is understandable. 6.5 hours. I am never doing this again in one sitting. And so we'll see how I am throughout this week for work, because if I'm like alive, I am absolutely gonna try to do some Ace Attorney streams. I don't think I'll do it on Saturday at the least, because again, I want to squeeze in some time for Xenoblade X, because I still want to go through Xenoblade X. Oh, hope you have a voice for tomorrow. We're about to find out. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but it really depends on if I have a voice or not. Oh god damn it, we have to go fight Dami Mommy. I don't want to fight bitch lady. I hope I pulled off Giselle Brett's freaking voice decently. I think halfway through, because of my throat, it's just like, nah, I give up. We're not gonna do that seductive voice again. That actually went a little bit better than I thought. But also, it helps that I've played the game before. It's not gonna work very well on the game that I've never played before, so we'll see what happens with that. Alright, with that said, that's the end of today. It's the fucking middle of the night. There's no shot no one's alive. I need to go find more people for you to throw you guys at. I need to find a new daycare to drop you guys at. I also just need to get into the habit of just raiding people in general. I will worry about this some later point. I am hungry and I am tired because I did not eat. I have drank almost 5 bottles of water. I am almost done with this new bottle of water, by the way. That was a lot of fucking water. Note to self: someone yell at me if I start playing Ace Attorney. At least have like at least 2 water bottles, 2 full water bottles. Because I'm gonna try to do them in like 2 to 3 hour increments. I think that's enough time for the days. And yeah, I'm gonna need it. I went through so much water. On the bright side, I feel like I'm almost amazing. Not like 100%, but like better than I was the last few weeks. I need to stop touching my head because I still get a little bit dizzy. And I literally had a really dizzy spell when I went over to the kitchen like 2 hours ago. That was not a good time. But it's mostly gone. Now my ear hurts. My ear itches and it hurts, and I can't make the frog noise in front of people, I'm realizing. I can only do it in front of my parents because they're used to it. It really itches. That is the only way I can itch my ear. But I'm gonna go, my ear hurts. So, yeah, that's the end of today. I am gonna hopefully finish this game. So tomorrow is gonna be Final Fantasy Raid. I don't know if I'll do a stream beforehand. It depends on how dead I am, but honestly, I'll probably just do Raid tomorrow. So we have Raid on tomorrow, Monday. I don't know when I'll pick back up Ace Attorney. I am hoping I can pick it back up sometime this week. Maybe Thursday. If I'm not dead, then Tuesday. But I'm probably gonna be dead, so we'll shoot for Thursday or Friday. Wait, you wanted to hear about the render breakdown video, right? Yeah, before I leave, tell me about that. Because, like, it's weird. There's only, like, a few games that I'll listen to or read about breakdowns or, like, theory crafting. It's a very rare subset, because, like, instead of watching or listening to a video, if I want to learn more about stuff like that, I just read, like, Wikipedias and documents. But I know for sure Ace Attorney was not one of those games. Like, the series as a whole. And also, I think out of all of the Ace Attorney games, most of them don't really have a lot of connections with each other. The only reason why this one does, I assume, is because of the nature of the story, which it has not been obviously revealed to us, or at least in my brain it has not obviously been revealed to us until the 2nd chapter. You can find it pretty easily on YouTube. It's a breakdown about Ace Attorney's the style of the game? Render breakdowns, also known as Storm O'Clock. Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Ace Attorney itself kind of has a, I wouldn't say a controversy, but like, there are a lot of people who are not fans of it because in the sense it's not a realistic style of actual court cases. There's no slamming desks. There's no well, I feel like there's no people interrupting court proceedings and whatnot without punishment. Like, you have to keep in mind this is a fantasy game in a fantasy world. So like, well, a good portion of the logic investigating and what the fuck happened to my neck right there, and like the lawyer bits kind of make sense. At the end of the day, it's very unrealistic. It also has some nuances with Western style law and Eastern style law. At least that's what I recall. I just remember this was a whole fuss about it ever since, I don't know if it was from Ace Attorney 4 or Ace Attorney 5 and plus. I just remember that being brought up and there was such a huge commotion about that. The most realistic part of Ace Attorney is your client's not telling you anything. Yes, that's entirely the point. That's exactly the point right there. Motherfuckers don't tell me a goddamn thing until it's like stupid important. I'm like, why didn't you fucking tell me before? Whatever. But yeah, I will do my damnest to see if we can try to play again sometime this week, because I actually I really like Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, especially. At least from what I remember. We'll see. I'll let you guys know on Twitter if that's not the case, or if you just don't hear me. I probably died again. The fact that I was able to get through 6.5 hours, though, I think is a good thing. I don't know. Anyways, that's beside the point. I'm gonna go eat now, and then I'm gonna go die. And I don't mean literally. Please do not take half of the shit that I say literally. Why the fuck? Hold on. Okay, I thought I was going crazy. I just realized, like, half of Twitch chat is actually not showing up on my free stream. Hello? I thought I was going crazy, because I look over to my side and I'm like, did my chat box above my head move? No, but I don't see a new message. What's going on? Yeah, sir, I don't see your message in my, OBS. That's concerning. But I see it above my head. Whatever the fuck. That's it for today. If you guys want to see us raiding in Final Fantasy 14 against a Dami Mommy vampire lady who can literally kill us with her thighs, and I mean that very literally, come over tomorrow on Monday. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. And if you don't, I will shoot for either Tuesday or Thursday. Wednesday is a no-go. I think Wednesday is a no-go. We'll find out. Y'all have a good night. Take care. Make sure you get some food. Do not drink 5 bottles of water. Don't be like me. I drank so much water today. Have a good night. Take care. I will see you guys later. Bye.